भगवान भगवान पतित पावन राम। भगवान भगवान पतित पावन राम। भगवान भगवान पतित
No, this is an AKG. Yeah, it's a different mic altogether.
पूजा गुरु गोविंदा गुरु मेरा पार ब्रह्मा What is this?
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे she's in the same colors कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ I can't hear him though. Okay. Hello. Can I have a stand? Oh, okay. Oh, they're short ones there. No, but Pratik doesn't have a stand either. Hello? Who? Oh. Oh. Bal Gopala, Sai Bal Gopala. Yeah, this is good. Actually, is it slightly too much? Like the reverb. Can you decrease it a little bit? Bal Gopala. Yeah, that's better. Uh, uh, a little bit more. I feel like I'm talking through a tunnel. Bal Gopala. This is good. Yeah. Gardenaya. Oh, okay. Singing. Gaya Ganadaivataya Ganadhakshaya Dhimahi Gunashariraya Gunamanditaya Guni.
1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. Okay. So I will. Understood. Testing. Testing. Testing, testing. Testing. Yes. Testing. Hello, hello, hello. Echo. It's reverb. Testing, testing, reverb. Hello? Okay, so I feel like this is low. There we go. I think this is better. You can hear me? Awesome. I've got a loud mouth. Ravi, I'm a loud mouth by default anyway, so everyone can hear me without a mic too. Keep speaking, keep speaking. Okay, not a problem. I can talk. I'm really good at talking. I can talk. Does that sound good? Yeah, it's better. My son tried to make me more omnipotent with a reverb. Hey, Ranjan. Ranjan? Where is Vadvani and...
And then
So the thing is, I'll be playing harmonium and, but the harmonium's gonna be soft, so.
रघुपते राघव राजा राम ओ राजा राम.
That's pretty loud.
ओ सीता राम.
Did you change something? You put a reverb on it?
रघुपते राघव राजा राम.
Good, right? Oh, I can't see Neil.
ओम हरि ओम भजो रे सदा ओम हरि ओम सत्यनारायण हरि ओम साई नारायण हरि ओम सत्यनारायण हरि ओम.
Mine is on. Narayana Hari Om.
Om Hari Om Hari Om bhajo re sada Om Hari Om Hari Om.
Om Hari Om Hari Om bhajo re sada Om Hari Om Hari Om.
Satya Narayana Hari Om.
Satyanarayana Hari Om.
Sai Narayana Hari Om.
Sai Narayana Hari Om.
Satya Narayana Hari Om.
Satyanarayana Hari Om.
Sai Narayana Hari Om.
Sai Narayana Hari Om.
Narayana Satya Narayana Sai Narayana Hari Om.
We need to sound good in front.
I can kind of hear myself.
The next tune.
Satyanarayana Hari Om.
Satya Narayana Hari Om.
Sai Narayana Hari Om.
Narayana Hari Om. Narayana Satya Narayana Sai Narayana Hari Om.
Narayana Satyanarayana Sai Narayana Hari Om.
Narayana Satya Narayana Sai Narayana Hari Om.
Narayana Satyanarayana Sai Narayana
Hari Om.
Yo. We want to test hearing the guitar. Kesariya, Kesariya, रंग देख के केसरिया Why is mine so loud? मेरा दीवानी हो गई मेरा दीवानी मेरा दीवानी मेरा दीवानी हो गई At least I can hear
Rory, can you tell them all to come because guests are already coming? Okay, who's here? Prasanthi, I saw some guests coming, but they won't come in yet, right? They're not going to come in the hall yet, right?
Just do what you can. Yep.
Sound check again?
Yeah.
Yeah, we changed some stuff.
Because I just EQ'd the entire hall. There's gonna be a lot of squealing, but I'm just
So guys, just hey guys, just be sure that your mics never face if the monitors, because that's when the feedback comes. So if you're gonna hold the mic, please don't let it face the monitor. Like,
yeah, I'm editing it.
yeah. Testing. Hello, hello. Does that sound? Om Hari. Wait.
That's the whole time.
Maybe with all the instruments will come out. Okay, should we just do something? Why not all the Should we do the
Come. Om Hari Om Hari Om. No, it's good. Yeah, do Guru Meri Puja. Yeah.
Guru Meri Puja, Guru Govind, Guru Meri Puja, Guru Govind, Guru Mera Par Brahma, Guru Bhagavant, Guru Mera Par Brahma, Guru Bhagavant. Guru Meri Puja, Guru Govind, Guru Mera Par Brahma, Guru Bhagavant, Guru Meri Puja.
गुरु मेरा पार ब्रह्मा गुरु भगवंत गुरु मेरी पूजा गुरु
Sounded fine.
loud, but I guess you need it loud. Yeah, that's it.
Well, no. Not for me. Only as long as it's okay there. We can't hear like the way you guys hear. How does it sound from an audio standpoint? Oh. Yeah, Avi, if you could listen too. You want to just I need this.
गुरु मेरी पूजा गुरु गोविंद गुरु मेरी पूजा गुरु गोविंद गुरु मेरा पार ब्रह्मा गुरु भगवंत
गुरु मेरी पूजा
गुरु गोविंद गुरु मेरा पार ब्रह्मा गुरु भगवंत गुरु मेरी पूजा गुरु गोविंद
गुरु मेरी पूजा गुरु गोविंद गुरु मेरा पार वाहेगुरु 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 जी बोलो सत्यनाम 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 जी बोलो
So that I can hear her. 'Cause I'm hearing everything else over.
Yeah. Okay, so Gauri's gonna be fake Steve.
Okay. Guru, you want us to do our song or? Okay, all right.
Just sing, it doesn't matter what you sing, whatever you want.
Guru me. Wait, he wants to try our bhajan. So okay. केसरिया रंग देख के केसरिया रंग देख के केसरिया रंग देख के मीरा दीवानी हो गई मीरा दीवानी मीरा दीवानी मीरा दीवानी हो गई केसरिया रंग देख के केसरिया रंग देख के केसरिया रंग देख के Oh, I have to eat afterwards. Yeah. Well, the instrumentalist can eat now.
My own song.
It's a set. Well, this is a set, and then this is
Yeah, I added bass for all.
Including this. Okay, we're just gonna do the very first thing. Kirtan. Oh no, you're not. You're not.
Well, no, she has to give us the shruti.
ॐ कोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देवा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरा गुरुर्साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः
It's fine. It's good.
No, no, you're saying it's too loud or something.
You mean from the monitor?
I don't know, you're saying something that's loud. I don't think it's okay.
That wasn't bad.
Okay. And now she's saying something.
I think sounds good to me.
जगदोद्धारिणी माता दुर्गा जगदोद्धारिणी माता जगदोद्धारिणी माता दुर्गा जगदोद्धारिणी जगदोद्धारिणी माता दुर्गा जगदोद्धारिणी जगदोद्धारिणी माता दुर्गा जगदोद्धारिणी जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जननी जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जननी जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जननी जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जननी हे दुर्गा देवी गणचंडी देवी हे शिवरमणा जागो माँ हे दुर्गा देवी गणचंडी देवी हे शिवरमणा जागो माँ हे दुर्गा देवी गणचंडी देवी हे शिवरमणा जागो माँ हे शिवरमणा जागो माँ जागो जगदोद्धारिणी माँ जागो जगदोद्धारिणी माँ जागो जगदोद्धारिणी माँ जागो जगदोद्धारिणी माँ जगदोद्धारिणी माता दुर्गा जगदोद्धारिणी माँ जगदोद्धारिणी माता दुर्गा जगदोद्धारिणी माँ जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जननी जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जननी हे दुर्गा देवी गणचंडी देवी हे शिवरमणा जागो माँ हे दुर्गा देवी गणचंडी देवी हे शिवरमणा जागो माँ हे शिवरमणा जागो माँ हे शिव
Let's do that. Actually, Verbi? Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Okay. Do Ravi first. Do yours. Okay.
Oh, you want to start
Bala
Gopala.
No, just choose.
Sai Bala Gopala. Hey Devaki Nandan Gopala.
Devaki Nandan Gopala. Devaki Nandan Gopala. Bal Gopala. Sai Bal Gopala.
Vasudevanandan Gopala.
Vasudevanandan Gopala.
Yashodanandan Gopala.
Yashodanandan Gopala.
Gopala. Sorry. Raghupate Raghava Raja Rama. Raghupate Raghava Raja Rama. Raghupate Raghava Raja Rama. Raghupate Raghava Raja Rama. Oh Raja Rama. Oh Raja Rama. Oh Sita Rama. Oh Sita Rama. Raghupate Raghava Raja Rama.
Yeah.
Will it make a difference since he's playing tabla in the middle of singing and stuff? Sure. Okay. It already sounds all good together. You already mixed it. Okay. Sure.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it.
एक ओंकार सतनाम करता पुरख निर्मोह निर्वैर अकाल मूरत अजूनी से भम गुरु प्रसाद जप आद सच जुगाद सच है भी सच नानक हो से भी सच। गुरु मेरी पूजा गुरु गोविंद गुरु
I think we're good.
Everybody's vocal.
We're good.
We're good.
Do you want to do anything?
Do you want to?
No, guitar wise. I want to make sure we check everything. What about tabla? Do you want me to listen to the
Yeah.
tabla
Do
over
you
there?
want to do tabla?
We need to work out.
You guys should do the tabla and guitar together.
Yeah, let's hear that.
Should we open it up for them to come in? They've been waiting outside for a while.
think we're good. Are we not good? Are we good, right? I thought we already did that. Okay.
Yeah, we didn't do the tabla. Tabla, I don't know. A few times you played kind of really loud. A few times you played kind of really loud. So unless all of us sound really, it's just gonna be loud.
I mean, this what's coming from here is different from what's coming from here.
Oh, there's like two speakers facing us, so we can hear.
Yeah, that's their monitors so we can hear ourselves. Otherwise, if we didn't have this and we only had a close
We can't hear ourselves.
Whenever you're ready. We're gonna hear how we can hear it like with everybody at the same time. We haven't really done Can you wait 2 minutes? 2 minutes.
You have to wait until
Ashish.
he's finishing. He's okay. I think we're good. Let him finish what he's okay. Quickly.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
Quickly.
let's just all do it together. Yeah.
Hari Om, Hari Om, Bhajo Re Sada Om, Hari Om, Hari Om. Om Hari Om, Hari Om, Bhajo Re Sada Om, Hari Om, Hari Om.
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम.
साई नारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम.
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम.
साई नारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम.
Is that it? Just the peak mic? That's going to be louder. The one thing he did not want to hear. Nothing else? Everything else is good? Okay, they can come in. They can come in. Okay. Y'all get some snacks? Y'all want to go? Let's do this. We're going to need some energy. You know what Swami does? He's like,
I send out the email for 11:40.
मङ्गलचरणा गजानना
मङ्गलचरणा गजानना
विद्या गौरी तनया गजानना गौरी तनया गजानना गौरी तनया गजानना मंगल चरणा गजानना श्री लक्ष्मी रमणा नारायण श्री लक्ष्मी रमणा नारायण श्री लक्ष्मी रमणा नारायण श्री लक्ष्मी रमणा नारायण नारायण वेद पारायण नारायण वेद पारायण नारायण वेद पारायण नारायण वेद पारायण श्री लक्ष्मी रमणा नारायण श्री लक्ष्मी रमणा नारायण भव भय हरणा वंदित चरणा भय हरणा वंदित चरणा भव भय हरणा वंदित चरणा भय हरणा वंदित चरणा अलख निरंजन नारायण अलख निरंजन नारायण अलख निरंजन नारायण अलख निरंजन नारायण वैदेही मोहन नारायण वैदेही मोहन नारायण वैदेही मोहन नारायण वैदेही मोहन नारायण श्री लक्ष्मी रमणा नारायण श्री लक्ष्मी रमणा नारायण वेद पारायण नारायण वेद पारायण श्री लक्ष्मी रमणा नारायण श्री लक्ष्मी रमणा भव भय हरणा वंदित चरणा भय हरणा वंदित चरणा अलख निरंजन नारायण अलख निरंजन नारायण वैदेही मोहन नारायण वैदेही मोहन नारायण वैदेही मोहन नारायण वैदेही मोहन नारायण श्री लक्ष्मी रमणा नारायण गुरुदेवा शरणं देवा गुरुदेवा शरणं देवा गुरुदेवा शरणं देवा
Saram, everyone, if you would please take your seats, we will be beginning. We will start our event with an invocation.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देवा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरा गुरुर्साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 30th anniversary celebrations of Prasanthi Trust. We're gathered today to celebrate 30 years of love in service through the numerous service projects that have been performed by Prasanthi Trust and the hundreds of volunteers in different countries around the world, made possible by donations from generous and caring donors like you. Thank you to Steve and Gauri for the beautiful invictory prayer. My name is Ajaya Sonde, and it is my great honor and privilege to be your MC today. To start with, we're going to have just a couple little housekeeping notes. Number one, if you would please make sure that your phone is on silent or set it to vibrate. The second is if you do need to take a call, and that happens sometimes. If you go out these doors and turn left, there's a lobby on this front side of the room that you can use. They have couches and chairs. You can sit and take your calls. So that's easy mnemonic, lobby left, LL. If you need to use the facilities, we have another mnemonic for you, RR. We can do right for the restrooms. So you just go out the doors and turn right and go all the way to the end of the hall, and they're there. If you haven't had an opportunity to do so, there's a QR code at your table. They're either on the little stands or they're on these tent cards. If you would use the camera app on your phone to scan the code, you will get today's program along with the short biographies of our speakers and other information. So we know that Prasanthi Trust was inspired by the teachings of Sri Satya Sai Baba and the projects and the service projects that were and still are being performed in his name in the areas of educare, socio-care, and healthcare. So for those of you that don't know Satya Sai Baba, it might beg the question, who is he? What are his teachings that inspired an organization like Prasanthi Trust? And what service projects are being done in his name? Well, if you're wondering that, we have a video for you to watch on our screens.
He provided He provided fresh drinking water to over 1,000 villages. He provided fresh drinking water to over 1,000 villages. The poorest of the poor, the forgotten millions, now know that he is there to care for them. He built temples of healing, bringing modern medicine to those who needed it most. He built schools. He built universities. He built character in generations of young men and women. He is Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba. His life is his message, and his message is love. Satya Sai Baba says, I have come to achieve the supreme task of uniting mankind as one family through the bond of brotherhood, affirming and illuminating the reality of each being. Water. In many arid areas of the world, the poor have no access to fresh drinking water. Villagers often use the same water for drinking, watering their cattle, bathing, and washing their clothes. The lack of clean water, polluted by high fluoride content, makes life unbearable. Its effect can be devastating. In early 1995, Satya Sai Baba launched the first phase of a massive project to provide safe drinking water to over 1,000 villages, covering a population of nearly 2 million. The project involved massive excavations and extensive pipe laying, covering over 20,000 square kilometers. 15,000 people came together to construct the single largest social benefit project of its kind undertaken anywhere in the world by a private organization. Inspired by Satya Sai Baba's vision, bureaucratic delays disappeared, and the entire project was completed in the unprecedented time of 18 months. The Sri Satya Sai Drinking Water Project cost nearly $70 million. These funds were raised without any solicitation whatsoever. Through a complex web of overhead storage reservoirs, booster stations, ground-level reservoirs, and summer storage tanks, fresh water reached tens of thousands of newly constructed outlets in the villages. People who once walked miles for contaminated water now had safe drinking water in abundance throughout the year at their doorstep. Satya Sai Baba says, whenever you see a sick person, a dispirited, disconsolate, diseased person, there is your field of service. Every blood cell, every nerve must tingle with love, with eagerness to share that love with the forlorn. Mahatma Gandhi said that India lives in her villages. Villages that are often no more than a cluster of dilapidated huts, in which are huddled people, many of whom exist not by eating food, but on sheer hope. Hope that someone will care for them. In October of 2000, Satya Sai Baba inspired his students to bring this hope in the form of food, clothing, and love to these forgotten masses. 300 tons of food was prepared. During a 2-week period, students and volunteers worked around the clock, producing over 500,000 servings. Every morning, groups of students set out in a convoy of trucks to the surrounding villages. These students would experience firsthand the difficult living conditions in these villages, developing a deep compassion for the less fortunate. For many, it was their first experience with rural India. Throughout the day, they went door to door, to each house, in every village, no matter how remote, taking care not to neglect a single soul. The students touched thousands of hearts in 1,000 different ways, including their own. At the opening of his second major hospital, Satya Sai Baba said, "Disease has no distinction. It may afflict anybody, be it a pauper or a millionaire. This hospital is dedicated for the welfare of the poor. I am happy only when the poor are served."
I would like to thank you all for waiting so long and so patiently. I know you have been waiting for Baba, not for me. I can honestly say that I have rarely seen a hospital so magnificent, so grand, and so breathtaking beautiful as this one.
The Sri Satya Sai super specialty hospitals are places of peace and tranquility. They are temples of healing. The hospitals are equipped with state-of-the-art technologies in cardiology, cardiothoracic and vascular surgery, neurology, uronephrology, and ophthalmology. All of these medical services are provided absolutely free.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಮಾಧುರಿ, ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿಯಿಂದ ಬಂದದ್ದು. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದು 20 ದಿನ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗೇ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಣ್ಣು ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ, ಆದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗೇ ಇದೆ.
Sri Satya Sai Baba's presence is an inspiration to doctors and patients both, lending a unique healing grace to the hospitals.
Cost has never been a factor here. So whatever is necessary for a patient, we do. Whether it's implants, which are expensive, The surgeon doesn't have this worry at all. Everything is taken off him. We just go ahead and plan the ideal treatment for the patient.
There is the tremendous satisfaction of practicing medicine as it should be ideally practiced. That is, providing the best of medical care with love and with no economic considerations whatsoever to burden the patient or his family.
In the remote village of Puttaparthi, Satya Sai Baba built the first of his super specialty hospitals in 1991, expressing his vision of treating not just the body, but also the mind and the soul. Free medical services are brought to the villages as well, to people who would never have had access to them otherwise. They are given care and education about nutrition and hygiene. Satya Sai Baba says, health is the essential prerequisite for success in all aspects of life, for realizing the ideals that guide humans. A healthy body is the best container for a healthy mind. A healthy heart is the temple of God. Satya Sai Baba says, the end of education is character. The chief goal of human existence is the realization of happiness for mankind and the unity of all men in a world full of love. This is the higher learning that this university shall teach. He has created an educational system from the elementary through postgraduate levels. Thousands of men and women have attended these schools and have consistently achieved the highest levels of academic excellence in India. Primary school, secondary school, and the university offer a full range of academic instruction, completely free of cost. The extensive curriculum includes courses in the physical and biological sciences, computer science, mathematics and business, and a full array of the arts spanning music, dance, history, and literature. The Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning celebrates healthy competition, team spirit, and sportsmanship. Each year, the annual sports and cultural meet showcases the creativity and talents of the students through physical activities and expressions of the cultural traditions of the land. Character. Character is the essence, the goal of education at the Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. Education here is not meant merely for informing students, but for transforming them.
I am indeed delighted to participate in the 21st convocation of Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. I take this opportunity to congratulate the young graduates for their achievements.
Satya Sai Baba's life, his example, his works, are now being emulated throughout the world, embracing all nations and all cultures. The timeless appeal of his teachings reflects the basis of all the great religions of the world. With its presence in over 170 countries, the Sri Satya Sai organization is bringing his message of love to millions. His message transforms, for it is universal. I have come to light the lamp of love in your hearts, to see that it shines day by day with added luster. I have not come on any mission of publicity for any sect or creed or cause, nor have I come to collect followers for any doctrine. I have come to tell you of this universal, unitary faith, this spiritual principle, this path of love, this virtue of love, this duty of love, this obligation to love.
As we can see, service, education, and healthcare deeply touch the lives of people and helps them to progress on a material or physical level. But as we all know, service is not just a
Fresh drink.
It's very much a spiritual activity. And for any spiritual activity,
Drinking water to over
there has to be
1,000
devotion.
villages.
So to help us to add the element of devotion to today's event, a group of young adults from the Houston area have prepared a devotional offering that is a mix of devotional songs and bhajans. I'd like to invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy.
ज्योतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसादनम् प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती दीनामविक्रयवतु गणेशाय नमः सरस्वत्यै नमः श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ओम्।
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रतीताय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीगणेशाय धीमहि गणेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीगणेशाय धीमहि गणेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि।
गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुरगुरवे गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मसराराध्याय गुरुपुत्रपरित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोचरप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गणेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गणेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि।
ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीनाय गीताश्रयाय गीतवाद्यपटवे गेयचरिताय गायगवराय गन्धर्वप्रीकृते गायकाधीनविग्रहाय गङ्गाजलप्रणयवते गौरीस्तनन्दनाय गौरीहृदयनन्दनाय गौरभानुसुताय गौरीगणेशनाय गौरीप्रवणाय गौरीप्रणयाय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोसहस्राय गोवर्धनाय गोपगोपाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गणेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि प्रजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि वैकुण्ठपते साई हरे वैकुण्ठपते साई हरे वैजयन्ती मालाधारी वैजयन्ती मालाधारी वैकुण्ठपते साई हरे वैकुण्ठपते साई हरे हरि गोविन्दा हरि गोपाला हरि गोविन्दा हरि गोपाला हरि गोदावरी तीरविहारी हरि गोदावरी तीरविहारी वैकुण्ठपते साई हरे वैकुण्ठपते साई हरे केसरिया रंग देख के केसरिया रंग देख के केसरिया रंग देख के मीरा दीवानी हो गई मीरा दीवानी मीरा दीवानी मीरा दीवानी हो गई केसरिया रंग देख के केसरिया रंग देख के केसरिया रंग देख के मीरा दीवानी हो गई मीरा दीवानी मीरा दीवानी मीरा दीवानी हो गई दिन तुमको अपनी छावी दिखा दे। ढूंढे नैना निस दिन तुमको अपनी छावी दिखा दे। साईदा नूर देख के, साईदा नूर देख के, साईदा नूर देख के मीरा दीवानी हो गई। मीरा दीवानी, मीरा दीवानी, मीरा दीवानी हो गई। हरि गोविंदा हरि गोपाला, साई गोविंदा साई गोपाला। हरि गोविंदा हरि गोपाला, साई गोविंदा साई गोपाला। हरि गोविंदा हरि गोपाला, साई गोविंदा साई गोपाला।
एक ओंकार सतनाम करता पुरख, निर्मोह निर्वैर अकाल मूरत, अजोनि से भम गुरु प्रसाद जप आद सच जुगाद सच है भी सच, नानक होसी भी सच। गुरु मेरी पूजा गुरु गोविंद, गुरु मेरी पूजा गुरु गोविंद। गुरु मेरा पार ब्रह्मा गुरु भगवंत, गुरु मेरा पार ब्रह्मा गुरु भगवंत। पूजा गुरु गोविंद, गुरु मेरा पार ब्रह्मा गुरु भगवंत। गुरु मेरी पूजा। गुरु मेरा देव अलख अभेव, गुरु मेरा देव अलख अभेव। सर्व पूज चरण गुरु सेवा, सर्व पूज चरण गुरु सेवा। पूजा गुरु गोविंद, गुरु मेरा पार ब्रह्मा गुरु भगवंत। गुरु मेरी पूजा। गुरु का दर्शन देख देख जीवा, गुरु का दर्शन देख देख जीवा। गुरु के चरण धोए धोए पीवा। गुरु मेरा ज्ञान गुरु हृदय ध्यान,
जपिए तेरे नाम जी बोलो
सत्यनाम 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 जी बोलो
सत्यनाम 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 जी बोलो
राम 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 जी बोलो
राम 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 जी बोलो
नित्य नित्य जपिए राम नाम जी बोलो
नित्य नित्य जपिए राम नाम जी बोलो
कृष्ण 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 जी बोलो
कृष्ण 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 जी बोलो
नित्य नित्य जपिए कृष्ण नाम जी बोलो
नित्य नित्य जपिए कृष्ण नाम जी बोलो
गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय
गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय
राधा रमन हरि गोविंद जय जय
राधा रमन हरि गोविंद जय जय
गोविंद जय जय गोपाल 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 जय जय
राधा रमन हरि गोविंद जय जय
राधा रमन हरि गोविंद जय जय
गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय
गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय
एक ओंकार सतनाम करता मूरत निर्मोह निर्वैर अकाल मूरत अजोनी से हम गुरु प्रसाद जप गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय
रघुपते राघवा राजा रामा
रघुपते राघवा राजा रामा
रघुपते राघवा राजा रामा
रघुपते राघवा राजा रामा
ओ राजा रामा
राजा रामा
ओ सीता रामा
सीता रामा
रघुपते राघवा राजा रामा
रघुपते राघवा राजा रामा
दशरथ नंदन राजा रामा कौसल्यात्मज सुंदर रामा
दशरथनन्दन राजा रामा कौशल्यात्मज सुन्दर रामा
दशरथ नंदन राजा राम कौसल्यात्मज सुंदर रामा
दशरथनन्दन राजा रामा कौशल्यात्मज सुन्दर रामा
राम राम जय राजा राम राघव मोहन मेघ श्यामा
राम राम जय राजा रामा राघव मोहन मेघ श्यामा
राम राम जय राजा राम राघव मोहन मेघ श्यामा
राम जय राजा रामा राघव मोहन मेघ श्यामा
जय जय राम जय जय राम
जय जय राम
जय जय राम जय जय राम
जय जय राम जय जय राम
जय जय राम जय जय राम जय जय राम राम राजा राम
जय जय राम जय जय राम जय जय राम राम राजा राम
जय जय राम जय जय राम जय जय राम राम सीता
जय जय राम
राम
जय जय राम जय जय राम राम सीता राम
पतित पावन रघुपते राम
पतित पावन रघुपते राम
पतित पावन सीतापते राम
पतित पावन सीतापते राम
ओ राजा राम
राजा राम
ओ सीता राम
सीता राम
रघुपते राघवा राजा राम
रघुपते राघवा राजा राम
दशरथ नंदन राजा राम कौसल्यात्मज सुंदर राम
दशरथनन्दन राजा राम कौशल्यात्मज सुन्दर राम
दशरथ नंदन राजा राम कौसल्यात्मज सुंदर राम
दशरथनन्दन राजा राम कौशल्यात्मज सुन्दर राम
राम राम जय राजा राम राघव मोहन मेघ श्यामा
राम राम जय राजा राम राघव मोहन मेघ श्यामा
जय जय राम जय जय राम
जय जय राम
जय जय राम जय जय राम जय जय राम राम राजा
जय
राम
जय राम जय जय राम जय जय राम राम राजा राम
जय जय राम जय जय राम जय जय राम राम सीता
जय
राम
जय राम जय जय राम जय जय राम राम सीता राम
पतित पावन रघुपते राम
पतित पावन रघुपते राम
पतित पावन सीतापते राम
पतित पावन सीतापते राम
ओ राजा राम
राजा राम
ओ सीता राम
सीता राम
रघुपते राघवा राजा राम जगदोद्धारिणि माता दुर्गा जगदोद्धारिणि
जगदोद्धारिणि माता दुर्गा जगदोद्धारिणि
जगदोधारिणी माता दुर्गा जगदोधारिणी माँ
जगदोधारिणी माता दुर्गा जगदोधारिणी
जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जननी
जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जननी
जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जननी
जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जननी
दुर्गा देवी रणचंडी देवी हे शिव रमणा जागो माँ
हे दुर्गा देवी रणचंडी देवी हे शिव रमणा जागो माँ
दुर्गा देवी रणचंडी देवी हे शिव रमणा जागो माँ
हे दुर्गा देवी रणचंडी देवी हे शिव रमणा जागो माँ
शिव रमणा जागो माँ
हे शिव रमणा जागो माँ
जागो जगदोधारिणी माँ
जागो जगदोधारिणी माँ
जागो जगदोधारिणी माँ
जागो जगदोधारिणी माँ
जगदोधारिणी माता दुर्गा जगदोधारिणी माँ
जगदोधारिणी माता दुर्गा जगदोधारिणी
जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जननी
जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जननी
दुर्गा देवी रणचंडी देवी हे शिव रमणा जागो माँ
हे दुर्गा देवी रणचंडी देवी हे शिव रमणा जागो माँ
शिव रमणा जागो माँ
हे शिव रमणा जागो माँ
जागो जगदोधारिणी माँ
जागो जगदोधारिणी माँ
जागो जगदोधारिणी माँ
जागो जगदोधारिणी माँ
जगदोधारिणी माता दुर्गा जगदोधारिणी माँ
ओम हरि ओम भजो रे सदा ओम हरि ओम
हरि ओम भजो रे सदा ओम हरि ओम
ओम हरि ओम भजो रे सदा ओम हरि ओम
हरि ओम भजो रे सदा ओम हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम
नारायण सत्यनारायण 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 साई नारायण
सत्यनारायण साई नारायण हरि ओम
नारायण सत्यनारायण साई नारायण हरि ओम
नारायण सत्यनारायण साई नारायण हरि ओम
नारायण सत्यनारायण साई नारायण हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम
ओम हरि ओम भजो रे सदा ओम हरि ओम
ओम हरि ओम भजो रे सदा ओम हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम
नारायण सत्यनारायण 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 साई नारायण हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
सत्यनारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम
ओम हरि ओम भजो रे सदा ओम हरि ओम शांति 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 समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु शांति शांति शांति
What a beautiful offering. Can we give them one more round of applause? I would like to take this moment to introduce our artists to you, and I'd like to request the artists to please stand and remain standing for a photograph. On female vocals, we have Mrs. Bhagyashree Karkal, Miss Radhika Sonde, Mrs. Gauri Pottar, and Miss Kirtana Kumar. On male vocals, we have Mr. Steve Khanna, and Mr. Pratik Karkal. And our instrumentalists on guitar, we have Mr. Neil Puttar. And on tabla, Mr. Ashish Sonde. Thank you. At this time, I would like to introduce our first speaker to you. She will be speaking on the topic of healthcare projects. I'd like to introduce Dr. Kalpalata Guntupalli. She is an endowed professor of pulmonary critical care and sleep at the Baylor College of Medicine. She holds a degree from from Osmania College in Hyderabad. She is the first woman president of the American Association of Physicians of Indian origin and the first woman international medical graduate president of the American College of Chest Physicians. She has received numerous prestigious awards in India and the United States. She came to know Swami during his final days and was requested to travel to India to ensure that the care that Swami was receiving was correct and the best treatment. Having learned about him and his teachings, she joined Prasanthi Trust as a trustee and has been assisting in organizing and executing medical camps every year in India and participating in many service projects. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Kalpalata Guntupalli.
Thank you for that kind introduction. I'm a little vertically challenged, so if you just hear a voice, it's like Akashvani or whatever, but I'm here. Yeah, that's me. As was mentioned, my introduction into Swami's projects and to Swami was pretty late. Probably many of you are way ahead of me. So in 2011, when I came in contact with Swami and his projects, I was very much impressed with all the medical care and medical projects that were going on. And as you can see, you saw in the video in 1954, the first general hospital came about. Then world-class hospitals were built, tertiary care in 2000, Puttaparthi Tertiary Care Hospital, and subsequently in 2000, the Whitefield Hospital was built. What was very impressive to me, in addition to these very advanced care hospitals, was the Satya Sai Mobile Hospital, which was, is this advancing? Sridev, can you, slides, can you advance? Go to the next slide otherwise. Okay. So the Satya Sai Mobile Hospital project is started on three principles: curative drive, preventive focus, and spiritual care. And it's a holistic health. And it is in 12 mandals, and it actually headed by Dr. Narsimhan. And number of villages served is 500. Number of mandals is 11. Population benefited is 500,000. Number of patients treated every day is 600 to 700. Number of chronic diseases treated every day is 100 to 200, and number of diagnostic studies. So basically, it's not a mobile van, but mobile hospital, because you have x-rays, you have scans, you have pathological examinations that can be done. And there are several patients that are referred for surgery as well. Can you advance it, Sridevi, please? You do it, yeah. It's not working. This project is so comprehensive that it received the CNBC's Best Healthcare Award in 2013 among the many projects that received nomination. Can you advance it, Sridhar, please? This is not working. When I came back in 2011, and I tried to give my name, having been impressed with all the projects, to several Satyasai medical projects, and I didn't hear anything until Devdutt introduced me to Dr. Ramesh Wadhwani in 2014. So about 3 years later that I got introduced to Sri Wadhwani ji, and then there's no stopping back. From then on, we just were on a roll to various projects. Obviously, Prasanthi Trust was formed in 1990s, so they have been doing very good work, but my involvement since 2014 has been basically with medical projects. So I felt that we need to do good projects than feel good projects, because feel good projects are like maybe a day camp here and there, maybe send some equipment or some supplies here and there, but it's not long lasting. So we thought we'll do good projects. So from here, what can we do? We can do probably capacity building endeavors such as knowledge transfer, best practice transfer, conferences, workshops, small group sessions, and research capacity building. Donate equipment that can be used for a long time, support the existing medical services such as infrastructure support, operational expenses support, and support other worthy projects both in India, USA, and around the globe. So this slide looks quite busy, but it starts from the left side, 2014 to every year we have been doing a lot of medical conferences and various other projects. We do something and we build on the same projects through the years. And every year we have gone back since 2015 to 2020. We didn't go back because of COVID. Again, we're going back in 2023, January. So it's always an auspicious beginning. The very first conference we did, this is an email we got from Dr. Chalam, who was the organizer in Whitefield Hospital. He says, Swami's blessings for the critical care conference and health screening. The evening at 5 p.m., I went to place the conference papers of Swami's blessings in Swami's room in the dome area for hospital. Vibhuti formed. By the time he got up after bowing, there was a full of Vibhuti. So it was a very auspicious beginning. Every year he puts a program, we get Vibhuti on it. So we know that Swami is watching. So this is the pictures he sent me of the program and him just bowing, and as soon as he got up, he saw it. I think some other slides are coming on in between. Okay, these are the various projects for capacity building. As I mentioned, these are the conferences that we have done, and these are the various workshops and photographs taken. And many of the speakers are in the audience, and I want to thank them at the end. If they can stand up, I would appreciate it. We also did other capacity building, for example, obstetric critical care certification from Society of Critical Care. 40 were completely sponsored by Prasanthi Trust, including bringing the speakers, paying to the organization to certify these 40 key opinion leaders. And we also did update for nurses every year for the last 5 years. And we believe in training the entire team. And we have Dr. Mohan, who is one of the trustees of the Central Trust as well, who was a speaker. In tune with the capacity building, as far as research is concerned, Dr. Arun Kumar, who is from Houston, he's a professor at Baylor College of Medicine. He has been guiding PhD students in Puttaparthi. He conducts research workshops. He has done at least 3 of them. And he also brings postdocs from Perthi and trains in his lab. We also did a clinical research workshop and a feasibility conference in 2020. In keeping with capacity building, some of the physicians from here have volunteered and spent 1 month in Whitefield doing surgeries, and Dr. Kilaru is not here, he was here yesterday. So this is also part of the capacity building we have started. Donating equipment, generally our philosophy has been when we go there, we take some equipment with us, we do workshops and leave the equipment there. So these are the various equipment and workshops that we have done. But one is 3 ultrasound machines, 2 ventilators, CPAP machines, oxygen, high flow oxygen machines, which are extremely useful when the COVID pandemic came. One project that I'm very proud of are the 3 dental vans that we have thought of and donated to. One is a Puttaparthi mobile hospital, Hyderabad, and also Bangalore. These are the various types of equipment. This is a little kid that is using the CPAP machine we donated, and they said that the mortality has come down like 30% after this. And these are the various equipments being used. This is the dental van that was donated in 2019. Interestingly, although we raised the money, we thought of this in 2016, it didn't happen till 2019. When Swami wants it, it will only happen when he wants it. So after much deliberations, the dental van was donated. This is what email that we got after one of the dentists worked in this new van. It says, Sairam, one and all. Today, with Swami's blessings, I got opportunity to do seva for the first time in dental bus. It's really fantastic, furnished with all advanced equipment and materials. It boosted up my energy, it's full of josh. No doubt it increases our efficiency and helps us to render more service to the needy. I thank all the Swami Sevaks who got this bus. And it is really not a bus, it's actually a dental hospital. You can see that there are 2 dental chairs and they have every equipment that any dental office in America that you go big and pay big dollars to. So they have everything in this van. Based on this, there was another van that was purchased for Bangalore, and very recent addition is the Hyderabad dental van. And we learned from some of the modifications that we could do from Puttaparthi. And this gentleman here, Dr. Raj Sekar, is a dentist, but he's almost an engineer, and he really makes innovative changes. And this is Shankar Planjeri, many of you know, and this is Sri Ratnakar and Ravi Dabir, and they were at the inauguration. And Hyderabad dental van, this is the email I have from Hyderabad dental van. Capabilities, X-ray, suction, every equipment in a dental office. The wastage is routed to a septic tank to be disposed of at a later date. Perhaps there are such advanced capabilities. There are less than 4 such in India and less than 100 in the world. Who are they servicing? They're servicing 600 government schools with low-income families will benefit from this modern, expensive, preventive and therapeutic intervention at no cost. This mobile bus obviously can travel where their need is, so the reach is as long as the gas is in the tank and the teeth to care for. So it's unending. So that is Dr. Raj Sekhar's quote. So the other thing we did was health care worker screening at Whitefield Hospital. We all know that as doctors and people who work in the hospital, we really neglect our own health. I can tell you how many colleagues don't go. They just have, they say they're always busy. So Sridevi and I thought that perhaps we should do this for the healthcare workers. Let's do it because patients are being cared for anyway. So we announced that in Whitefield Hospital, there was very good response. We had more than 100 people who showed up for the screening. And, you see Suresh, who's in the audience, who taking photographs. He was also very helpful to us. And Sridevi is counseling the patients after looking at the labs. What did we find? 23% newly diagnosed diabetes. These are all doctors and working in the hospital. They have access. A third have different dyslipidemias, which is cholesterol and all of those. One third had thyroid problems. All these are treatable. 20% had anemia. Almost 40% had vitamin B12 deficiency. In addition, we observed that despite hepatitis B dosing, all of us are at risk for getting hepatitis from patients. Many of them had very low titers, so they needed booster injections. So we felt that we definitely made a good contribution because doctor has to heal themselves, otherwise they are no good to anybody. So what did we do for this year's medical projects? A total of, in June trust meeting, 310,000 was approved for medical projects. 150,000 was approved for Satya Sai Central Trust, which includes 40,000 from a single donor anonymous from Houston to repair toilets in the hospital. 70,000 was given to procure 2 medical dental vans, like the ones we have in Hyderabad and Puttaparthi and Bangalore. One was approved for Orissa, and another one we are waiting for a good, anchor donor within India. Generally, our principle has been if we get an anchor donor, let's say somebody is interested in Delhi area or maybe any area, they have to have volunteers that can man the van because it has to be used pretty decent number of days. Once a month is no good because it's very expensive. And they have to have money to run it, gas and the driver and dentist. So if they have an anchor donor, Prasanthi Trust will match. Of course, for the Puttaparthi and some of the Orissa projects, Prasanthi Trust has paid the entire amount depending on the capability of the receiving organization. Our aim is to have a total of 10 vans by Swami's 100th birthday. And even in this country, the homeless and uninsured, the biggest need is dental. So even Harris Health sends dental vans. Dental is the highest need because people forget to take care. They think that they can get by not taking care of teeth. So this is something we feel very strongly. 50,000 was approved to replace end-of-life mobile medical vans in Maharashtra Samiti. They run 60 vans. Many of them are reaching their life's end, so they needed repair. 25,000 was approved for Maharashtra Samiti for cataract surgery, and 15,000 was mountable comprehensive eye care equipment, one for Pune and another Samiti. This is an interesting project that we came across. This is a portable, mountable in a van or even on the back. This is on the back of a motorcycle. Equipment that takes pictures of the retina and also refraction for the eye. And this particular organization that got it in Pune sees 5,000 patients a year. 10% of them require a surgery. And with the amount of diabetes we have, very early pickup of young patients will save eyesight. The other major support Prasanthi Trust has been involved in is in General Hospital. Prasanthi Trust sponsored entirely building a Puttaparthi General Hospital outpatient annex, a 40,000 square feet of space at an expense of 1.8 million. It was done in 2019. Subsequently, for next 3 years, yearly maintenance of 400,000 was given for 3 years, and this year 150,000 is approved. Entire solar panels were installed by Prasanthi Trust. Complete computerization of the university research building and networking for both super specialty hospitals was given by Prasanthi Trust. So these are the pictures of the Prasanthi Trust annex inauguration, and you can see many of the familiar faces here. So I call it medical socio-care is, for example, medical screening of the hospital employees. We'll be doing that again this January, both in Puttaparthi, Whitefield, and mobile hospital employees. Mobile medical screening for homeless shelter was done few years ago. We may pick it up after the COVID again. Hurricane Harvey, I know many of you volunteered and several of us volunteered in the hospital as well. outreach, medical outreach, radio sci interviews were given by Dr. Nagarkar, Ravi Dabir, myself, Dr. Wadhwani. Tryst with Divinity was given by some of us. Weathering Hurricane Harvey, we talked about it at the SSIO conference in 2017, and various other platforms of global medical conference, and Parthi Yatra and medical camp. This is a disaster opportunity, disasters and opportunities to serve at your own work. This is during Hurricane Harvey. Several of us were involved, and many of you in the audience have been involved as well in helping the patients. So this was also, our projects were published in Sanatana Sarathi Medical Issue. So what about disaster relief during COVID? COVID has been a pandemic that occurs every 100 years. And whether we are fortunate or unfortunate, we have been in the middle of it. And it was an opportunity to learn, to serve, and to do something for the community, both here in USA, in India, globally, and other. So these are the various projects that were done, and I'll elaborate on them. During the COVID time for the past 2 years, particularly my specialty, which is ICU, has been affected the most. Entire hospitals in New York and even in Houston were completely ICUs. There was no operating room, no outpatient, no cafeteria, no nothing. Everything was ICU. So there have been several people who died, and this was an earlier August number of healthcare workers who died, and many increased after that. And I know many of you have, perhaps your family members or somebody you know who died from COVID or affected from COVID. So there was, the morale was very low. In 2020, we had no vaccine. We were all very exposed to these patients in very close quarters. The PPEs were very uncomfortable. We were sweating like crazy. We were getting ulcers on the neck, on the nose from the masks, and morale was very low. And by the time, a year later, more healthcare workers died. So I was talking to Dev that I said, it is really very low, morale is very low. How do we do it? How do we go on? You know, nurses, janitors, respiratory therapists who can't stay home. Then, he said, talk to Viju. She's very creative. So I really want to thank Viju, and they came up with this wonderful idea. I'm sure she had a great team that helped us, that helped her. But we did all the saris, many women here donated. We have saris hanging that we never look at, in 10 years. So they had donated new saris, and they did potli bags with a matching shawl. You can see, if the lights were down, you will see how beautiful they were. These are hair bands or scrunchies, and 500 were stitched by Viju and her team. 500 were stitched, and they were distributed. And this is my nurse, these are clinic nurses, this is my desk clerk, and one of the doctors, and we have a nursing supervisor, we have a janitor. And towards the end, I was calling it like a shawl portly diplomacy, because if I wanted something done, sometimes some of the bathrooms were not clean for where we were sleeping because of short personnel. We were very short, so they would come in, because they felt appreciated, not because they got a doodad from anybody. They felt very appreciated. So it was very, very good thing to do. We sent to Corpus Christi. We gave to various hospitals around town. And many of you in the audience who want to remain anonymous sent lunches to doctors, sent various doodads to doctors, like hand lotion, something, whatever they could, which was really appreciated. And I want to thank Suresh, who's also in the audience with the photograph. He works at Southwest Memorial Hospital. There were 9 pallets, really huge supplies of PPEs and various other equipment that was just, they needed to clear their docks because the pandemic was coming down. And he called me, and Malisha Patel is the CEO of Southwest Memorial. I had a conversation with her and Gladys Medrano, and we made that happen. We sent these to Whitefield Hospital, and some of the people paid for the shipping. And Dr. Pupala, I don't know if he's in the audience, he's one of the pulmonologists in Northwest Houston. He collected 35, 40 CPAP equipment. I mean, not going into details, there's so many things that people needed, and he collected and sent it. One of the things during this time, even I can tell you 99% of the doctors don't know the difference, because oxygen comes from the pipe, we just prescribe. Nobody thinks of where it comes from, how it comes from, we don't have any need. For 40 years I've been practicing, I didn't have a need. I just know because it's my specialty, but most people don't. So the problem in India and even here was that, for example, in Delhi, when they had a problem, there's plenty of oxygen in India, but to go from Delhi to Chandigarh or Delhi to Madras or somewhere, transport is a problem, because you need to transport in trucks, and it needs to be transported as liquid, and various other issues are there. So even in all our hospitals, in Parthi hospitals, super specialty hospitals, the oxygen, they were paying 65 lakhs a month as a, per year, sorry, as a cost for that. So we figured that if we want to do, most people would send oxygen concentrators. I'm sure all of you heard of it. $600 and oxygen concentrator. Oxygen concentrator makes oxygen from room air by keeping the nitrogen out, and it only makes 4 liters a minute, and it's for one patient. You can only use one patient. You can't switch it from patient to patient. So it's quite impractical for a pandemic. For one patient who has lung disease, it's okay, but not for this. So we researched, and we decided that oxygen plants, which actually in Delhi they were approved after initially they were never built. That's why they got into trouble. So we sponsored 2 large oxygen plants. Look at 4 liters per minute compared to 200 liters per minute that this makes. And it made so much that we figured they can even supply to the neighboring hospitals and general hospital. And it's so much easier to locally transport. So the cost was about 250,000. The response and the donations were amazing. People we didn't even know, they would just call and donate. So the response from around the country was really very heartwarming. Then 6 smaller plants were sponsored around the country. Oxygen concentrator units, we still sent like 180 units. Many of the STI students gathered these equipment, and also sent to Mumbai Samiti via SSIO, another 150 units. So some of them were purchased locally, so total 500 oxygen concentrator units. One of the things is, even concentrator units, they can use after the pandemic is over. So 500 patients will be benefited. A last project, this is not medical, but they asked me to present this. This is a pilot project in keeping with the Gramodharana principle of Swami. We sponsored the pilot project, which is spearheaded by Dr. Kumada Reddy. She was in USA for 35 years, took Purna Sannyas, and went to India many years ago. And she's pretty done a lot of work, written like 14 books before she went to India and chose that path. And she wanted to do something basically for the villagers. So her projects are all in Orissa, because she found somebody who was very interested in Orissa, and she felt the need was there. So for the entire village, they supply drinking water, toilets, small case cottage industry, celebrating festivals, mainly to promote Sanatana Dharma. Adult men, they give cows and, teach them organic farming. Adult women, they teach. All of them common is meditation every day and Gita chanting every day, and skills development. And for children, in addition to meditation, Gita chanting, educational enrichment of 1.5 hours every day with snack and milk. And this has been going on. This is 365 days a year. It's not just 1 day or 2 days. So she's in 50 villages, and other states she's expanding is Telangana and Assam. So these are all the different comprehensive programs. And if you can click the video, this is just to involve the entire village. Can you play the video? Okay. So the entire village gets involved in celebrating festivals, so they really understand, it's okay, never mind. Yeah, just have to click that button. No, a little. It's okay. It will be above the. Yeah, that one. Sound? Okay. Anyway, you get the point. So the whole village is involved in all the activities, adults too. This is from Orissa. So this is for adult women also literacy. They now know how to. They're reading, chanting Gita. So some of the she has been there already for 3 years, and some of the students have been district toppers. So men have stopped drinking. She tells me a good percentage of them, and women have. And this is, you can see little children and their mothers meditating. It's very hard for people to sit still, but they do. Can you? Yeah, I think they both have. Yeah, you can do that. Okay. Okay, the left side is just meditation, so they're sitting quiet, little kids. I thought it's kind of cute. So this is all after school education. So whenever we come back for any of these trips, we party hard and we celebrate. You can see the women power at the left lower corner. So that's all I have to present. Thank you so much, and I want to thank Ramesh Wadhwani ji for the opportunity, and all of you for giving the opportunity to serve. Thank you.
Can I start? Okay. Are we good? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kalpalata. At this time, I'd like to introduce our second speaker, who will be talking on the topic of educare and socio-care projects, Dr. Ramesh Wadhwani. Dr. Wadhwani is the founder and CEO of Sai Systems International, a technology and healthcare company. He's a member of the Advisory Council of the Sri Satya Sai Global Council and the president of Prasanthi Trust. Through the trust, he has participated in a multitude of service projects that have impacted the lives of over 2 million people. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ramesh Wadhwani.
the slides are coming up. We get started. Thank you, Devdutt, and the organizers and teams that support him to put such a grand performance with young adults, with the music program, charging up the audience here on what the devotion is all about. This wouldn't be possible unless the teams here really put their hearts and souls into making this a very successful event. It's the 30 years of Prasanthi Trust that we're celebrating. And it's a humble offering at Bhagwan's Lotus Feet. So to that, I'm very thankful to not only several of the donors in this audience and some of you potentially understand what Prasanthi Trust does. So with that said, I will just go social aspect and educator aspect of Prasanthi Trust. And Dr. Devdutt, Dr. Kalpata, thank you for going in details of the healthcare side of the equation. So I have some slides, so I'll quickly avoid talking about them as we push it through. So this way we can just give more justice to the other two legs of Prasanthi Trust. I'll figure out how this moves. With the side button or the arrow button? There you go. That's the one, right? Okay, so we'll call brief history of Prasanthi Trust US is what I have to focus on. Some of you must have heard 4 or 5 years back, but I want to make sure the interest of new people joining us there to bring you up to date. We got our Prasanthi Trust projects, related projects. Think about this. You all are stakeholders in this organization to support it, and many others in the United States and elsewhere who support the great work going on. So look at it as it's a report that we're giving to you as to where your hard-earned money that you're contributing and how it's getting utilized for the benefit of the poorest of the poor in India and elsewhere. So look at it in that perspective. Dr. K covered all about the aspects of the healthcare aspect of it, and I'll cover a little bit Swami's vision behind that healthcare, and what Swami's thought processes are in how the healthcare should be given to the ones coming to the hospitals. I'll focus on that side of it, and we'll focus recent and past projects social care that we've done, and what we sanctioned 2022 going forward. The future initiatives, Swami, by next 100th birthday, what we're doing, like Dr. Kalpata mentioned about the mobile hospitals, our trustees feel very confident that's the way you should go and get the medicine to the doorstep. So we'll focus on that aspect of it in the rest half an hour that I have. So Prasanthi Trust was founded, like I said, 1992 in November. Those of you saw his works video towards the end, you see last 10 seconds. Swami on that, blessing us and calling us for the interview. Me and my dear brother Harsha Desai, we both went as founders of it, and that you see captured in their random video that they created. So, and since that became history how it came about. So that's how the foundations happened. So we also talk about the local initiatives that we do from time to time in terms of disaster reliefs. And in international relief, Ukraine, and the other aspect is Sri Lanka. So like I said, it was founded as 1992, 501c3 organization. We've done many relief works in Uttarakhand, Nepal, Katrina, Haiti, tsunami. So when things come up, we just jump up, because it's mankind facing a problem. It's not that we do regularly, but when the need arises, Prasanthi Trust wakes up, and wherever it need be, we'll join hands with NGO and locally up there and do it. We did it for Harvey, for example, here. That's how I brought up. And we'll be taking up something in Florida recently. We're talking to the people up there who can have heavy hands to lift it. We'll support some relief effort in Florida too in coming months. The trust was formed and blessed by Swami, as you can see. we taken that, just me and Harshabai in the interview, and Swami spent close to half an hour with us talking about it and what can be done. And so he autographed document, he named the trust, and the rest is history. You can see me in pretty young those days. With Swami, but it was great blessings. So his signature's on it, and once his blessings is there, it's going to happen. Like Swami says, whatever I say, whatever I do, what I speak, my word is my command. When his sankalpa is there, when his grace is there with sankalpa, it just gets done. And Prashanthi's 30 years history shows you that what he intended and where it is gone and where it'll go, basically, as we see more and more impacts coming out of the work that we do. This gives a pictorial view of exactly what we did. If you see on the left, right there, there's the first solar project that we did in 2 years before Swami left the body. As an experimental project for $100,000, just to build a 25 kV plant. And today, 40% of Puttaparthi is non-solar. Goal is to make 100% with that and wind together. So a lot more efforts being done to conserve cost of electricity, to making sure that we're not wasting donor money in the Central Trust. And you see up here we did Swami school project, we did the water project in Haiti. This is the mobile clinics that we have in Maharashtra. In the Philippines, we did there were big floods there. Our team went there to give relief, basically. They went, did the dental works, did village clinics. This is what Dr. Kalpal brought up, this is the OPD whole building from scratch. They were designed by the doctors, built by the doctors, and Swami's grace, Prasanthi, just the heavy lifting to make that happen. It was like a 2 to 3 year construction project, but so about hospital project, what we generally do is in the nature of it, we fund the operational costs of the hospital. Partly we send funds for operational costs, technology operational costs, inter hospital connectivities that we mentioned. We buy when the operating tables or heart lung machines, they need to be replaced. We do that. Pathology equipment, end of life replacements. They're finite life of the instrument, right? So when something goes down, we got $1 million replace it, we go replace it. We pick up a couple of the end of life projects of the many that come every year, and we just sponsor the end of life project basically from that perspective. And recently we're going to start up the mobile hospital. We brought this Forus is a company in Bangalore. We work with that. You can diagnose cataract, and then post that you can solve the cataract problem. If you don't do this, then people in the village get blind. They don't know they have it. They do not have enough penny to go from place A to place B to get checked up. They live with it basically. So this is going to solve that problem basically. And the mobile hospital expansion, which 2025 we'll cover that. So Swami's view on healthcare is these hospitals are for cure the ailments of the patients who are suffering in the villages, in far off places, they don't have it. And he says, these hospitals, he said, I didn't believe for myself. These are built for you. So once I was there in the interview with him, and I left the door and was at the door, I talked to him, Bhagwan, when I come back, Swami, when I come back. He says, do you ever ask your mother, when can you come back to her house? He said, I'm your divine mother, we'll be waiting for you, come whenever you want. And then he paused for a moment, then he said, these institutions I built are not built for myself. These are built for you to take care of it. So it is his legacy that he left. And we are the contemporaries of Bhagwan's grace, all of us together. To take care of them is our responsibility. He has done for the relief of the poorest, the poor in the world, whether it's healthcare, social care, educare. But to sustain them, take forward, he started it with, and it is, if we can come together collectively, we can do wonders. And we can take that example and do something else beyond Puttaparthi. And that's what we're doing with Satyasai organizations. So Swami also about the principle of healthcare, he says it has to be universal in nature, which means You have to deploy state-of-the-art equipment that you saw, as Dr. K was mentioning. But Swami will not compromise on quality of the hospital. When Super Specialist Hospital built, it was known as the second best hospital in the world, my friends, with all the equipment that went in there. And it was built exactly in 1 year. And I know some doctors I talk to says, how can a hospital built in 1 year and then operate with immediately? So if you go in Western countries, you build the hospital, then you set it up for 2 months and you fumigate it before you put the live body in there. The hospital was done day previous on 21st. 27 inaugurated and 3 patients saw him put on the operating table. That is his sankalpa. When his sankalpa is there, it gets done. It gets done for sure. You can't doubt his sankalpa, basically, could happen. And that hospital was not built in only 1 year, it was built only 6 months. The project started in foundation, groundbreaking ceremony in November 1990. He said, the first patient will be on November 22nd. And he already knew who the patient is going to be. Until May, I was there, my friends, and Swami called in the architects that he had come from UK, the very, very well UK, they would build the Buckingham Palace, basically. And they said, what's the progress, Swami asked them. He said, Swami, it's just started, but just, you only have 9 pillars. And we had to put operating people on the operating table in 6 months from now. He said, Swami, are you kidding? How is it possible? No hospital can be done of that nature of 400 beds to finish in 1 year. It's not possible, impossible in the world. They said, with you or without you, this will get done. With or without you, this will get done. That was his sankalpa. He let go of them. He says, thank you what you've done so far. He called Colonel Bose and his younger son from Pune. He says, he called him. He came, he was an architect. He said, do you want to help Swami and finish this? He says, yes, Swami. He says, can you close down your place in Pune and come down? He says, yes, Swami. What do you need from me? I think I need a hut, I need a fax machine, and I need your grace. He said, you've got everything. Go, close it, come back tomorrow. So May, in November 2022, it was inaugurated. And I was heart patient that time, my friends. Now I'm going up there that Swami will going to put me on the operating table. It didn't happen, but he cured me with his grace on 25th with just saying, no heart problem. That's it. He didn't even know I was heart patient. My wife told him, Swami, my husband, he said, what do you want? He said, my husband's health is not well. And that's what he said. No heart problem. So his sankalpa, story begins, when he wills something, it's going to happen. It's for us to have that faith and confidence that things can happen, with either by his word or by the hospital, basically. So that's for universe, the free healthcare. It says education, health, and comfort of living is a birthright, some would say that. So whatever that we do, when patients come doorstep, whatever the status is going to be financial status, once they're coming to my hospital, you had to get free health care. He won't even go a step further. Once one of the trustees mentioned, says, Swami, can we just create a bill, but don't charge the patient? He says, we create the bill, the operation costs 2 lakhs, Swami's grace minus 2 lakhs, bill is 0. We need to know what to manage the cost of the hospital. We need to know where we are spending money, we are wasting money. So this allows us to checks and balances. That was intent. He said, Swami, me, God, I cannot allow to this patient coming to my hospital and he should feel obligation that Swami spent 2 lakhs on me. This will be a burden on him all his life, thinking about it. So that's the compassion of the Lord. He never will put the burden on his devotees. We never tell him that. He says, don't even think about it. Just that interview is just completely settled. Says, don't ever think about it. This is how Lord operates. That's the about free cost, basically. It has to be loving care. So when the doctors work in Swami's hospital, they look at the patient as God. This is, we are fortunate that we are serving and taking care of the diseases. That aspect of love that Swami talks about is you see in every doctor or every professor or every person running an institution, that they look with that perspective, that they are working with the divine soul, right? That's how they look at it. Comprehensive healthcare system, Swami talked to body, mind, and spirit. You have to teach them all of these. It's not just solving health problem, but you got to make sure that they have stability of the mind, and that's what most important. So, and the preventive healthcare, that's why Tommy talked about every patient should live healthy life. So you to teach them from beginning how can they live healthy. So they give them the education on what foods they eat, what proteins they eat, what balanced diets they eat. This is what when go village to village mobile hospital that Dr. K mentioned, they create this previous night to make sure that they are following the regimen of being healthy in how they operate basically. These are two super hospitals Dr. K mentioned. I'm not going to the details of it, but you can see there were 16 operating theaters in there, and and we solve all three: neurology, urology, cardiac thoracic, and ophthalmology for eyes and orthopedic surgeries. So it's got all branches of major super special hospital that they carry in. This is the Puttaparthi hospital. You can see on the pillars, the only 9 pillars up there. This is whole structure, a 400-bed hospital on 100 acres, was finished in 5 to 6 months. And the next hospital learned from that, and better, the Whitefield Hospital was built 10 years later. I just put this one slide together, just a general idea of the cost structure. If you look at it here, they get about 20,000 patients per hour just for the OPD screening patient coming through, and this like typical average month, 500 plus cardiology, about 200 plus open heart surgeries, neurosurgery about 100, urology 250, orthopedic 75, plastic surgeries, ophthalmology. These all look at the total amount of approximate procedures is about 1,600 plus that happen on a monthly basis, give or take, basically. So budget of the hospital, local INR numbers, I updated this because previously it was like 60 rupees to $1. But if you look at this about it's 78 rupees $1, it works out. If we take forget about 20,000 patients here. If you look at the 16 procedures divided by that money, it was $700 odd per patient per procedure. Where will you get it? Whether it's joint replacement or whether it is cardiac surgery or the neurosurgery, costs are different. On average basis, where will you get this kind of care? We cure the patient of that money. But not only that, it is that the variable cost, the 3, 4 days, 5 stays of the patient, but the care that we talk about is pre-operation and post-care. The structure is so well designed up there that when the patient comes in, from wherever he comes from, when the patient exits, the record of the healthcare record of the patient is also in the technology system that we created. And whenever the patient goes, let's say he came from Chennai, or he came from Nepal, or he came from different place, the patient, when he returns back, they will connect the Sai doctors in the town or the nearest town to the patient where he is, who will monitor the patient for the whole year, my friends, whole year, at no cost to the patient. If there's any complication, he can do a telemedicine call from wherever he is straight to the Puttaparthi, the surgeon, and take guidance. If need be, the patient will be transported back there. So this is end-to-end care from where the disease occurs to diagnose and going up there, schedule operation, get it done, and he's still taking care of whole year behind the scene. This is what Swami talks about, real end-to-end care. Nowhere in the world you find that kind of care free of cost, for that matter. So I'll give this general idea as to what really goes on behind the scene that we don't see it. And this one that Swami introduced about around early 2000, hospitals and vans to doorstep care. So you can see the vans going from Prasanthi Nilayam to doorstep care, but point I'm bringing this as the bottom red that you look at it. By 100th birthday, we want to make sure there are 9, maybe 10 vans that can be deployed, one in each state. We started first with Puttaparthi, they have mobile hospital. We put the mobile dental van there. And the doctor came and we did 2 more since then to 2 different states. The 4th one is already in the place, Odisha, we approved it. And next one behind there, right, that this year will be Tamil Nadu will get the second one this year. We'll do at least 4 more in 2020, 2024. So we at least 9 operational by 100th birthday. And the concept is very simple. On average, overall cost of the hospital of $100,000. I mean, completely equipped with the chassis and everything else customized. And Dr. K mentioned that we have a concept of getting an anchor donor first. So Dr. Planjeri was the first anchor donor for the Hyderabad hospital, if I'm not mistaken, right? So 1/3 or 1/4 we get with anchor donor. And we already have 2 anchor donors identified for next 6 to go through, basically, right? So people love to do that. And then we tell them on the recipient side, try to get some, in India called CSR money, corporate social responsibility. Every company in India is supposed to channelize some profits for their purposes. But they can get CSR money, then they make sure their Satyasar organization state have those funds. But like in Odisha case, they're so poor. We said we will do complete end-to-end. So it's not, but we want to make sure there's a skin in the game on the recipient organization other side to making sure the van will get utilized, the asset will utilize. Otherwise, we are putting money in wrong hands. So all these board members you see, the trustees that you see, they are hands-on working on carrying out the work without get any obligation of any fund or any dollar going in the pocket. Every dollar that comes in goes 100% to the cause, which is very different than many of the nonprofits operate. Each doctor has a skin in the game that they feel satisfied. They get bliss by giving their service. They're willing to give their time. Each of the professors, teachers who go up there, they're willing to give their time. And that's how the trust is structured. That's how structure is structured, making sure that NGO receives it. NGOs also does not any overhead on the other side. That's kind of due diligence to get done by all board members who are seeing and overseeing the project, whether it is social care, education, healthcare. We have teams that really monitor what's happening with it. That's how it's structured, because that's how Swami wants us to do, because Swami would never waste a penny. He will not spend 50 extra rupees to buy extra bucket in the hospital. Unless there's need for it, he'll take directly. Once Dr. Safaya went up there to give you a point how much he knows about it. Safaya went to the whole list. Every union institution has to bring budget to Swami get approval in the beginning of the year. So Safaya did not know how many buckets we need. So he asked his second in charge, how many do we need? So how can you come water buckets? So sir, put maybe 80 in there, just roughly. Bucket cost for plastic by 80. So we went to Swami and Swami looked at open sheet by sheet. Eventually we directly went to the bottom of the buckets. Why do you need 80 buckets? He got fumbled. He says, sorry, go back and look at everything in there. Do you need it before you come back? This is how Lord operates. He says, every penny given to me in gift is a gift of Swami, of my children hard and money to carry out this work. I want to make sure that we don't waste it. This is how he has built the institution with that kind of care, but making sure it's financially well managed. That's the kind of institution we support, not only in Central Trust, but also elsewhere in Satyasai organization, in every state up there, they have the same concept in them. And that's what I want to emphasize this afternoon. This is the mobile clinics that Shri Maharashtra, you can see how they operate. They go from village to village to village. Doctor is free. Seva Dals are free. Drugs, they buy at very, very limited cost. There are Sai pharmaceutical companies, owners, or Sai devotees, they manufacture drugs, all the antibiotics and all the pain relievers, with putting SAI in front and dash the name of the medicine. And they only take pennies for the medicine. They get it made this, you cannot resell it, you can give it away, and we only give them cost of chemical to make it happen. This is how stringent these things operate in terms of efficiency. Oh, not moving. Huh, okay. So in mobile hub, what you mentioned, we have 54 vents in operation. We replaced 4 last year. Average cost of about $20,000. 2022, we budgeted 4 extra larger Mahindra. Before they were that Maruti chassis, which is smaller one. They want a more interior. They can go the larger, more heavy duty vans, Mahindra vans, and 2 Mahindra vans are dedicated this year to put that mobile forest equipment for the ophthalmology. This is experimental. If it's successful, we'll do more of it and probably eradicate the cataract problem across the villages. I'm going to the social care and hunger relief 2021. We knew all had it, and my hats off to all the people here and all the people in the United States and all those listening to this talk on virtual basis. That 2020 and 2021 COVID relief. When we said the word out, our goal was that we can get $1 million. We raised $1.3 million, not soliciting, just sending word out, we are doing this, can you help? We had donors which had never heard about Prasanthi Trust. If I send mail to you, you will send to your friend to somebody else. The 3 layers, not only you gave it, but two of your other friends gave it. It's just people brought the other souls, come back and participate in our organization. That's how we could do all the great work in 2021, 2020. You can see this community center for Karnataka. The meals they produce, pack it, and deliver door to door. You can see this Pune district. They had about we call Amrit Kalash basically. This is just giving them a bunch of groceries can last them for 2 weeks. In 13, 14 staple items packed together. So number of food packets distributed about more than 1 lakh. Number of kgs of food grains distributed was 2 lakhs plus, and you can say the number of families that got benefited is over 48,000. Each state like that is an example that went on carried the heavy lifting. If somebody has COVID and both parents are in COVID, who's going to feed the children? So they will make the food, take a doorstep, keep the food by the door, knock the door and go away. Even though there was all risk everywhere, but this is how the Sevadals on ground support us to carry out the work. So point I'm mentioning about this is we have the organization on the ground, we have Sevadals on the ground, we have kitchens that are operating in the backyard basically at lowest cost. We only did them for grains to put together and everything included. That means your dollar stretches twice as much because rest everything else coming as in form of loving seva for the purposes. And that's what's important to recognize is where your money is going. You can see how the prasadim get cooked and see how they pack it up and each separate on the right side, and then it goes for delivery from door to door basically. This is how a kitchen is going to go through. Now you can see the happy faces and none of them. It's a joy basically to see people are hungry. When you give them, you can see the smile on their faces. The aged people, they have no food. Where will they go? Because little children basically are hungry. So these are kind of touching stories that when you see it and feel it, how the things can go much farther, how dollar can stretch much farther to take care of every human being that we can come across. Other social initiatives, I'm just going a little faster for the sake of time, if you don't mind. Here we have schools and villages adoptions, community center that we built, and some Kodaikanal we did some seva, basically gram seva. So see some pictures here. The state of Kerala, basically, this last year, when COVID was there, we took a project called Swami in 1984, if not mistake now, that he's, and after he was chilling on desires 1 year, then he came, he says, start adopting villages. Because my villages are where the masses live. My villages are where the people suffering from education, social care, healthcare, basically. Village adoption, he told people that by my 60th birthday, I want 60 or 65th, that I want 6,000 villages to be adopted. The organization misunderstood. They came back next next year on the birthday, basically, to a year before birthday, they brought 60 lakhs of rupees from me. He said, I didn't want rupees from you. I want you to adopt the villages and serve them and take care of the infrastructure and uplift them where they are. So he took 60 lakhs and had his own 60 lakhs. He gave them 1.2 crores to go back and start adopting the villages. But that project really not too far. But now, state national president Nimish Pandey has taken up. He will take up adopting more villages and revive them. So we heard about that and we worked with the national organization. We picked up Kerala, where last year we did 9 villages, right? 9 villages that we took it. So this is how the villages were before: broken bathrooms, broken roofs, broken backyard, but they're living inside it. So our teams of people who are Swami's ex-students, they went and assessed it, where the need is, how bad the need is, before you put money behind it. Again, there's efficiency. These students work free of cost. There are 25 of them, just managing these projects, state or the village or village or village. After assessing this sort was after building, the toilets got built, these leaching fields were built. You can see right the roof, which was falling apart, new roof was built. So there were repairs, they were upgrading. There were some houses totally broken. They rebuilt the houses, but it was at an average cost of about 25,000 a village. They're like 80 to 50 homes. It could be 20, 30 bathrooms got fixed or new ones created. But on average, that kind of money, that really was very, very helpful project. And now, of course, Dr. K mentioned we are doing more village upgradation that she talked about the project in Odisha going through. So we'll do more of those to fulfill Swami's vision, as many villages that can uplift. This is the one that I recently went to Kodaikanal. If you see this right side here, there were, on that day we had arranged Grama Seva, which is we're giving meals, food, dry groceries, saris, dhotis, right? All sides. So villages came from all in Kodaikanal, from neighboring villages, about 5,000. In the morning, we finished from 8 a.m. to noon time. The 5,000 came. They all distributed. You can see we are distributing here. Then we also, in this building here, we also taken wedding hall we constructed for the poor girls can get married. This is a place in Kunur where what happens is it's a hill station, so it's all property is expensive. The people come for vacationing, but there's not really halls available like this in a public place. They can utilize it. So that when we finished it, it's named as Ishrama Community Center. So it's not only the wedding hall, but it will be utilized for skill building. So we'll have people, Sevas coming through, Sai organizations coming through and build skills, carpentry skills, repair skills, automotive skills. They'll be building their skills. Which concept being is, don't feed the people, don't give them fish, but give them poles so they can fish themselves and earn themselves. So that's the kind of concept will go in place like this. This is in Pune, outskirts. This concept of Anganwadi, if you know, is a very common name in the rural villages. Where the women work, but it's community work. All the women or neighboring, the village may have 125. They drop all the kids at the Anganwadi and they'd be taken care of. Who is running the home? This little backyard, basically, kind of concept. So this one thing came, but the farmer gave us a land. He said, "Can you build a proper Anganwadi with brick and mortar?" We invested $25,000-$30,000 to build it, so they can have where they can give pre-K education also, instead of just kids idling there till the parents go and pick it up. So a very successful project. We're very happy with it. Got inaugurated this May this year, and not only that, but not only with it. Where we go? Yeah. So if you look at picture here on top here, this is a classroom we constructed. These are all the villagers came to inaugurate it. They're so happy. So many came of inaugurate, but the concept here, this 2-room building was created. It's got a lot of desks into it. It can sit about 50, 60 students in there. Yeah. And other thing what happened is post out of this one is this SSC teachers in Pune built a Wi-Fi network combined with both and so now they're getting SSC education once a week in those classrooms, and you can see you're trying to uplift the community. No, it won't proceed further. Okay. Then on the educare side, we are supporting with Karnataka has lot of schools, new building constructions. So we are allocating $55,000 for them towards the civil construction of the schools and infrastructure. It'll happen this year, and if you're happy with the more, we'll do more with them, and maybe in Maharashtra. This is the complex school. We built a whole building for them, kitchen and more classroom and more office space. It's a three-floor building we constructed for them. This is how the kitchen was before, and I shared with a tin cover. And kids used to eat in the veranda outside in the sun. And afterwards, you can see that we built the whole thing, the proper for them to feed themselves. There's this kitchen, well-structured kitchen up there, and it's been constructed in the memory of our Jatin Desai, which is Falgun's brother, who just passed away. But this was his passion. He introduced this project to us, and this is what happened, basically. And the other thing is social care. We adopted, they're building bathrooms for in the village. We sponsored 500 villages, $200, 500 bathrooms at $200 per bath. That's all the cost. We built it for them. So this was built by all of you ladies together from mother to mother concept. They said, oh, well, I can save $200 from my grocery bill over the month and give one bathroom for the village. They're going in the fields, they get UTI infection, and they do it after hours, basically. So it's a lot of difficulties. So women's dignity was at stake to do into the field and go the support-wise. So this was a very interesting project. So dear brothers, thank you for allowing us to serve you and make sure that more work that we can do with your more generous support for what we can do. And we pray to Bhagwan that he makes us his able instruments to relieve the pain and suffering in the humanity wherever we can touch, basically. Questions? Sarah. You have time for one or two questions? Anybody has questions? We covered enough, so thank you so much. Oh, go ahead. Yes, please. Come forward. Please come forward. Can you read from there? Double up. Who else has a question? Please come forward. We can afford to spend 10 minutes. No problem. Sairam. Come closer. Come closer. I have a hearing aid. Yes.
How do you identify the projects and how do you choose among so many things that come forward?
Very good question. Identify project. First of all, we work with close coordination with members in Central Trust Office in Puttaparthi. We work with the Satyasai organization, state president and the convener, find out what's going on, assess their needs. Then we have teams within we have 12 board members, board and trustees basically. So we have a team for healthcare that Dr. K runs it. We have a team for social care. We have a team for educare. And then we let our teams talk to the need going out there and what outcome they're expecting, what impact they're expecting. We ask those questions. We make sure, do you have wherewithals? Do you have the teams and Sevadals across that you can do it? We just don't go and finish it. Like mobile hospital, we work with organizations. Do you have the doctors who are willing to sign up to give their time and energy to take this bus into the rural area? Do you have Sevadals who can organize the camp that goes through? All that due diligence upfront, and do they have the monetary support to sustain it? When you give an asset, we don't want to be continuing ongoing supporting. If they're really poor state, we'll say, okay, we'll give you some operational dollars for 1 year, 2 years as an exception, but the goal here is to get it finished. We want to make sure the asset we gave, like I said, has to be utilized for the benefit of the poorest of poor where they go through. So we take all those due steps as the board members put the time and energy. It's not like running a Red Cross basically, where you run a Red Cross to dime. So we have these teams already. And then once it's sanctioned, we stay through the construction phase and making sure. And when it's inaugurated, one of us probably is mostly will be with them, making sure that this will get utilized. So it's a process basically that we have to go through, and it's something that we love, right? Like Swami said when he was a 20-year-old, it was, brothers, I have a task to do. I love my task that I've started, which is to give the poorest the poor, to take care of the miseries and take care of the hunger and take care of the education. That was the mission. That's why he came. But he loves it, right? Swami says, you have to love what you do. He says, if you want to, if Dr. K inspires me and I got inspired by her, I want to become like her, which other end of the river or other end of the bridge. Between the two sides of the bridge, there's a bridge that has to be crossed. What is the bridge? The bridge is adoration. If I can adore what I aspire, then only I can achieve it, right? So our board members here are really inspired not to themselves, they inspire others, but they show how they're doing it. Once you really love it, the end result, you will get it. So if you don't love what you're doing, that there's no benefit out of it, right? So that's how he says AAA is important. The middle portion of it is adoration. You must love it. You put your heart into it, you definitely succeeded. That's the concept Swami's taught all of us. And all we do is love it and believe it, and you know His grace is there, His sankalpa is there, it's going to happen, and you'll be successful. Saira. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. They can listen to it. Yeah. It's you can hear.
The question is this: there are other trusts that claim that they are part of the Satyasai Trust and they support activities. How do you separate yourself, and how are you the genuine arm of Prasanthi Trust?
It's a very good tall order question, but it's a very, very good question. Question is, there are many other small trusts being created here, maybe worldwide, and they claim they're working with these Swami's activities in India, and how we separate ourselves from them, what we have. The first separation is the trust was just formed by Swami. I'll take 10 minutes, doesn't matter, time is there basically, and I have flight to catch at 5:30. So the point being is, we went to Swami with the intention that we want to open a school in the United States. That was only our vision, bring Swami school here. We built it, went up there, but he called the interview right away. He knows what the down game is, right? And he gave us an interview, autographed it, and blessed us to go through. So we're very happy doing it. The school, we started with concept, we built it, we had land, the building was built, structure was done, but organization was not ready to accept the school. So we had to shut the project down. It's as simple as that. We went to Bhagwan, Swami, you told to blessed it. Here's what do we do with the money now? Building. He said, don't worry, don't waste the money. I said, sell the money and bring money for water project. He says, no, don't do it. He says, use the building for Samiti work. That was run for about 15, 20 years, running for Samiti work, for running SSC classes, education classes. And it was great. Well, that's why I said, we used for Samiti, we did. And I said, we left our money, which we going to run the school. We said, okay, can we bring for water project? Yes, send for water project. So that's how we just got into it, basically. As simple as that. We sent all the money for water project. At that point, like $800,000 work. That's the first one. And this saw Swami peddled us to, then he introduced us to university, he introduced us to the hospital, he introduced us to general hospital. The time came in that, so we want to computerize all the hospitals. So we did. We said, end to end on 1991. This hospital inaugurated with a truck, container load of technology equipment basically sitting up there. He gave us time, that particular time. The day before inauguration, he did come to university and see the equipment. The Lord is so busy to run the hospital next day. He took time. He promised he'll come, and after that, he made us just computerize the university, computerize the ashram, computerize all the aspects of the institutions. So time has proven that if you are doing work sincerely, with out of a loving heart, and you're not wasting anything, then he will be behind you and guide you through. So we all are all board members. The prayer is this: we should be able to expand our work. But Swami says, Swami always told me, go slow, no fast, go slow. He gradually, from where we started with the $50,000 project to where we can say we can easily do $1 million project. And we also own corpus. We are not passing money. Whatever money comes through, within trust, we have set a mechanism that at least 10% of the new money coming in, we put in the corpus keeps growing. So we have several $1 million in the corpus. So years when we ourselves cannot able to give it, the board cannot able to do it by their own pockets. Our donations come down for whatever reason. We know we can touch the corpus, just like Central Trust does it. And our goal is to make this trust perpetual. It's not perpetual. It's not as if we did it for 10, 15, 30 years and went away with it. Or some of the four founding board members are now retired, right? So we new junior board members are coming through. Falguni and three other board members. My son is a board member going through. So we can see that bringing in the new younger blood to make sure it's successful and prosperous goes through. That's how we can say we can differentiating from the rest of the trust. We want to make sure it be perpetual trust to carry your Swami's mission. He has put his name on the trust. He has given the exact spelling of it. We had Prasanthi Trust with 2 H's. He scraped 1 H. He kept only 1 H. For whatever reason, he said, no, I don't like, I want to do Prasanthi Trust. So we are fortunate that he has allowed us to do that. And we have that faith and faith with him, and in his grace, I think we'll succeed and continue to do his work. And it's all his work. We are not doers. We are just instruments carrying out his work. And as we get motivated, we hear the problems happening up there. Our job is to make sure address the problems to the best of abilities and best of finances available. So we tend not to overcommit, but we commit what we can deliver. So that's how we operate. Just a long answer to your short question. Thank you. Sai Ram.
I honestly think if we didn't have a flight to catch and we gave him more time, we'd hear about more projects than what we've heard. I have a feeling we only got the tip of the iceberg in this short time. I do want to let you know that today's event was mainly an awareness and a celebration of this journey that has been going on for the past 30 years. It's not designed to be a fundraiser, but after hearing all of this, all the work that's been done, some of you may feel like, I kind of want to help out. How can I help out? A very easy way to do this is using Amazon Smile. So some of you may know or may not know, Amazon has a program called Smile in which you can set Prasanthi Trust as your chosen charity. And every time you shop on Amazon, and that's not for the trust, for yourself, whether it's shoes, golf clubs, whatever it is, a portion of your purchases goes from Amazon to Prasanthi Trust as a donation. So what you do is you simply go to smile.amazon.com, you log in with your Amazon credentials, you search Prasanthi Trust, and please note there's only one H in Prasanthi, and then you select it. Be sure to check the box that says yes and start shopping. It's as simple as that. So you don't have to do anything extra if you don't want to, or if you want to add to whatever it is you're already doing for Prasanthi Trust. This is a quick and easy way to do it. At this time, I'd like to request Dr. Devdutt Nagarkar, who is one of our local Houston trustees, to come forward for a vote of thanks.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Bhagavan has said, my life is my message. My devotee's life ought to be my message. So, today, my heart is filled in gratitude to you, Swami, for your infinite blessings and grace for this event to unfold, the 30th anniversary. I'm immensely thankful to you for your constant guidance, right from its conceptualization to the delivery of the product today. Just a few days back, I met with an accident. My car was total. I was in the emergency room. Here I am standing here. I realized I was not organizing this. He is the one who organized each and everything and made sure I'm standing here today. So what can I offer to this compassionate and loving Lord? One can only wash the Lord's lotus feet with tears of gratitude. Everyone has gone through incidents in life, and all these incidents are like the bricks and cement through which this divine architect builds palace in the heart of man. I'd like to thank all the trustees, Dr. Ramesh Wadhwani, who has been a guide, who has been an ardent devotee of Swami, humble. I've visited their place, the Sai Center in Connecticut. I met him in Perthi and in so many places. And at the invitation for the 30th anniversary, he readily agreed to come. And thank you so much. And Sunita ji could not come since she had a little health issue. And here we have Falguni Desai. She is one of the trustees and also the treasurer of the trust. After the dinner, if anybody have any questions, please contact Falguni. She is here. She's here till tomorrow, but Ramesh is going back this evening. And other trustees, Dr. Kalpalata and Pradeep Gupta from Houston, and there are many others. We have here about 130 people, but this link through YouTube being watched by hundreds of people all over the US and many other places. And the very first, all this thankful to Verma family sitting over there is Anil and Pratik Verma and Sumeda and Kanika and the whole Verma family to offer this beautiful facility and for this sacred event of this Prasanthi Trust 30th celebrations. And the staff of Hampton Inn, under the guidance of Pratik, Sherry, Anwar, and Franco, they have been exceptionally helpful. To all the young adults for the beautiful music program, who collectively paid a musical tribute to Bhagwan by presenting a garland of devotional songs. Excellent, soulful presentation. And all this audio video team here, Ranjan and Ravi Iyengar, who have been working so hard. They have not even stepped out to even taste the appetizers or they have been working so hard. And there are so many other volunteers, starting from very first, who helped us to invitation creation with Save the Date and E-White and MC, Ajaya, And the digital program and dissemination via QR code and the table arrangements
Dr. Sri Devi, and Chetan, Varadraj, Viju, and Gautam Sonde, and Papa Kumar, Ravi Konde, Uma Bhaskar, and everyone so much, and everyone have helped so much to make this, as you said, with love. Yeah. I think I like to thank my family, for the last Vasudha and my children over so many years to support in this. And I really should thank my childhood friend who also was in trustee, Dr. Ravi Dabir, who may be watching. He's in Parthi, who told me about this Prasanthi Trust in 2001. That is 21 years back. In 2002, I was in the interview room by Swami's grace, and I was there with two other devotees, and one was late Jatin Desai, Falguni's brother, and also Dr. Radhesham Gupta from Syracuse, New York. And at that particular time, Jatin Desai opened the album, showed Swami all the projects undertaken by Prasanthi Trust. And that kind of started my journey at 2002 onwards. And some of the projects which I did, if I do myself, no, it should be we. So collectively, I got in touch I sat in the prayer room, and invited so many of the devotees from Houston and Texas. And here people are from Beaumont, from Dallas, and various other places. And they all joined in. And it's all Swami who made it happen. And everyone, I thank all of you. And in 2011, 3 months before Mahasamadhi, Swami, I got an opportunity, and Swami called me to the front, granted Pada Namaskar, and two things he told me: be happy, and second, continue to do the good work. And when I got a chance to offer Aarti twice in Sai Kulwant Hall in 2015 and 2020, when I stood and to offer Aarti, Swami, I represent all the devotees here in Houston who have generously donated their time, energy, and their wealth to make this project successful. And that's all I just have to share. And there are so many youngsters, some of these youth programs, the youth who had started internship, the very first paycheck they offered. There are some devotee who did Balvikas, who got married, he and his wife, whole wedding proceeds of whatever they want to, they offer it to Prasanthi Trust. I mean, this outpouring of love and compassion and generous, starting from these youngsters, and they are the future, and they are also guided by beloved Swami. With that, I have taken enough time to thank everyone, and Jai Sai Ram, and I would request the youth program is all coordinated by Steve Khanna. I request Steve to come forward here and do the food prayer, and thank you everyone. Sai Ram.
The actual prayer will be projected on the screen, so if you know it or would like to follow along, you can.
ॐ ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्महविः ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्मसमाधिना अहं वैश्वानरो भूत्वा प्राणिनां देहमाश्रितः प्राणापानसमायुक्तः पचाम्यन्नं चतुर्विधम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Saram, everyone, on behalf of everyone in Houston and Prasanthi Trust, I'd like to thank everyone for coming today. We will have lunch next, but I have a small request for two groups of people to go to lunch first. If there are any Sai Center members that need to leave to set up the center for this afternoon, please go forward. And if there are any out-of-town guests that need to go back home, you've got a long drive or a flight in this case, please go ahead and be among the first to go ahead and get some food. And enjoy the lunch, and thank you.